Mic on. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. July 28th at 9 a.m. Is there anyone for open mic? Does not look like it. Too early. Okay, going on to adoption of the agenda. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much. I would like to add to new business, Peace Hills Utility update.
Anything else? Councillor Billingsley.
And will that be under new business 11.1?
11.1, sorry.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Hoyle.
I move that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Seconders? Or no, don't need that? Okay. Public hearings.
Call the question.
Oh, call the question.
Yeah.
All in favor?
There
Public hearings. Nothing there either. Okay. Delegations. Nothing there either. Agenda review 6.1.
Through the chair to council, we have, since the changes with the procedural bylaw, we have added the agenda review schedule in just as information, but if council has any questions or would like to add or see anything added in there, we're happy to do that. The only note that I would make is that since the last update, we did have council roles and responsibilities originally scheduled for today but the meeting is quite large, so we did move that to the August 11th meeting, and you'll note that in the latest publication of this agenda review, RFD.
Okay, thank you. Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, I'm not totally sure which items we do see on agenda review, but one that I was anticipated seeing that I don't was our request for an update on options for the chamber upgrades, the layout of chamber upgrades. I was anticipating that for August 11th. I'm not sure if we would see every single item that's going to come on an agenda, but I think the commitment had been for August 11th for that.
Good morning. That is coming to the August 11th meeting. I apologize, for some reason is not on this list.
Thank you.
Councillor Hoyle.
I would like to add CAO review timeline and per diems, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the 11th. It could be the 8th, whatever works best.
Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, are you wanting to put that into regular council or committee of the whole?
Oh, good question. Suggestion?
Well, if you want a decision on
Yes, it would have to be regular council
correct.
for, I guess for both of them. Yes, thank you.
Anything else? No other questions? Okay, moving on. Action list responses to administration inquiries. 7.1, the formal information requests are for committee's information.
Thank you through the chair. So we have just attached the latest formal information requests that have been processed since the last meeting. And I should note that I have had a discussion with Councillor White. I had inadvertently let council know that I thought we were all caught up, but I have not forgotten about the legal update that we are still working on with AB Munis. So that one is still pending, but other than that, we should be caught up. Actually, there might be one more that's coming at the next meeting, but other than that, we're caught up in publishing them to the public. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, Sue, in relation to the formal information request on the dog park, you'd mentioned in the response that dechlorinated water preserves water during storage, or it inhibits it. Which is it? If you dechlorinate the water, does that preserve the water?
No,
Okay.
chlorine preserves the water, but yeah.
Okay, and so in the response then, you indicated that the perception was we may, if we did provide water at the dog park, we use dechlorinated water because of it, where we get it from, I guess.
We would use dechlorinated water because chlorinated water in the environment is considered an environmental spill as far as Alberta legislation is considered because of the chlorine. It's a really bizarre rule because chlorine kills fish, but by the time that water made it to a fish-bearing, well, I mean, by the Lake Park would be the closest, the chlorine has probably dissipated, but the rule is pretty stringent, so.
Thank you.
So I do, oh, okay, go ahead, Councillor Hoyle.
Thank you. In regards to the Manluck Fitness Center, can I ask, what was the catalyst for this? Do you know?
Sorry, I'm just looking through them to find that one. I believe I remember, but I need to read it to make sure.
That's no problem.
Oh, in keeping the fitness center open 24/7?
Correct.
This has been a discussion several times since I've been at the city. Users, especially during like a shutdown or early hours or late hours when the pool is closed, users are looking for a way for us to have that available 24/7. And I've looked at different spots, like say the side door, they could come up the stairs and fob in, but then we would need to do something to make sure that nobody could scale over into the pool area or the office area. And so the amount of work that would be required to make it possible to do that has been really cost prohibitive each time that we've looked at this. But I do know that it is something that the community keeps asking for. So if it's something council wants to consider, we need to do a capital project for it.
Thank you.
Councillor White? Nope, you're all good. Any other questions?
Yes, I do.
Joe? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Question to the Sue. You said something about the water. So the water we would be supplying to the dog park, is it different water than what we would be because you said the chlorine? Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, it's tap water. I know it seems really weird that we're saying it's an environmental spill when we drink it, but the rules are set from Alberta Environment based on what will kill fish.
But it's a dog park. There's no fish
I know.
there.
I understand the
Okay.
rule doesn't make sense.
Because I'm sitting here, so the dog can drink the water out of the tap when he's at home, but when he goes for a walk to the park, he can't drink that water.
Listen, I drink the water and I think the water is great, but there are a group of people who do not believe we should be putting chlorine or fluoride or anything in our water. That's a whole other, we could spend an entire council session talking about that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, moving on, 7.2, Council Action Task Summary of July 20.
Through the chair to the committee, we have updated the CATs, including ones that can be closed, including and up to the last council meeting, and I'd be happy to answer any questions there are.
Councillor White?
I have only one item to inquire about today. The item that is council approved project number 3 up to 22,000 to be funded from contingency reserve. The last comment was this was a closed session item for July 28th, which is today, but I can't I haven't seen what the closed session items are. Is this coming today, or is there going to be a new date for this?
It is. It'll be part of the closed session of COW.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Concerns? Nope. Going to be down to here by 9:30. Okay, staff reports for information. 8.1, procurement purchasing policy. Toulouse, you have the floor.
Good morning, Council. The purpose of the updated procurement policy is to tighten our internal controls around procurement and to obtain Council's input into the proposed procurement policy. Attached in Council's package is the drafted procurement policy, and it includes quite a few pages, but the goal of this is to ensure that it complies with all procurement laws, and also to set controls around who's authorized to sign off on expenditures and to update it. You'll remember that this was one of the requests by our auditors in the feedback that was provided to Council during our 2025 audit, when our auditors provided feedback to Council. So we've brought forward an updated procurement policy. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Billingsley, then Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, under 3.6 purchasing limits, 3.61 talks about anything less than $5,000 may be sole sourced or preferred source. My question has to do with the preferred source procurement and local consideration may be given. So how are current vendors that are on that preferred list vetted? And is there a process of adding new or taking away old?
Through the chair to the committee, the pre-qualified processes that we use are a formal tendering process, and it really does just make life easier. So we've already done all of the tendering rules to meet all of the purchasing requirements, and then we can just go directly to vendors. There is part of the legislation says that we can't be unfair to everybody. So typically communities will set a 3 to 5 year term. And then what we found really early on in the process, because this has been going on for probably 2 decades now, is that new companies would start up or other companies would come into the area and they were really looking to get in and they couldn't. And so even places like City of Edmonton, while they have a set process that's 3 to 5 years, every year they will open up a couple of weeks where vendors could put in new submissions, and we're always open to that. So there's a lot of times I get business cards from people or someone sends in an email and we'll send it over to the appropriate department and they make contact and we add them to our list, but they still need to go through the process. Like if it's a construction firm, we need to know they have CORE, you know, and those sorts of things, insurance, WCB, that sort of stuff, but we're open to adding people in anytime.
Thank you. To follow up then, if a preferred vendor keeps with less than $5,000, but that's $5,000 per transaction, I guess, as opposed to throughout the year of $5,000?
No, so, well, it depends, I should say. There is a thing called anti-avoidance that we have to avoid. So I can't just say, your services are going to cost $20,000, but I'm going to break it into $5,000 sections so that I can sole source it to you. Within our internal processes and policies, we also have the ability for to sole source more. Anything under what is considered the new West Partnership Trade Agreement, so the $200,000 for construction, and I think it's $60,000 or $75,000 for goods and services. We have the ability to sole source those if we need to, but it has to be accompanied by a memo and approved by the city manager, and then the memo has to stay on the construction file for 7 years in case there's disagreements with it. So yeah, we wouldn't break it up intentionally to avoid procurement laws.
Okay, and that was my concern, is making sure that we're protected as an organization from exactly what you're speaking of. Thank you.
Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair of administration. Under procurement policy 3.4, sustainable procurement. 3.41 says, where practically and economically feasible. What does that mean?
I'll use the wastewater treatment plant as an example. When we looked at the construction out there, we looked at things like, could we do a solar wall to help offset the cost of heat? And we run through it, ask the question, run through it. And then when we do the cost-benefit analysis, we realize it's actually not worth it. It would take, the payback would be decades and decades. And so most major projects we're going to look at and say, what are the environmental options here? And then do a pretty quick review to see whether or not any of them are worth digging deeper into. And if they're not going to benefit the project in any way, then we say we did it and we move on.
Okay, thank you. You may have answered this question, and if so, I missed it then. And it goes back to something Councillor Billingsley asked. You talked about the pre-qualified suppliers, and he asked how often is it reviewed or updated, and you told us about new business coming to town. So could you take me back through that process? So the question is, how often is it reviewed, and how does a new business get considered?
Sure. So usually when we put them out, it's 3 to 5 years, because otherwise we're doing tenders every year, and what's the point of having a pre-qualified list if you're not going to do that? But in between those times, if someone shows up, just today I got a business card for some services, we will touch base with them and say, here's our process and here's how you get in. Typically we would look at it annually just to say, you know, has anything changed? Because they also need to update their insurance and their WCB and make sure that everybody's current. And so if someone drops off and we've only got 2 or 3, we might want to open it up again and look for more. Or if we've had business cards that have come in or people that have contacted us, we'll shoot it out and say, hey, we're going to open this for 3 weeks. Here's the requirements, put your submissions in.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if this fits into the policy or not, but under Schedule A, we talk about sole source or preferred source and for services. And I guess I'm just thinking of, we've had many conversations about core requirements. And so and I'm assuming we have preferred sources for emergency kinds of work to be done in the community or something. Do all of the suppliers of those services that we would have on our list, are they required to have core?
We actually have a plan to bring something in front of council this year and update the terminology around all of this, because some places are not required to have core or C-core, and some it just doesn't even make sense. So when we think about art, the artists typically don't have core or C-core because they often will act alone or with one other person. And things like roofers, and unless it's a big company, the smaller companies probably wouldn't. And so we're planning to have a discussion with council about, here's the contractors that we could and should be using in our community, but they don't have core. And so here's the process that we've set up to help them still get work within our community. And then the opposite would still stand. So major construction projects like on 40th Ave, we would always require that. So once we get through that process of dividing them into the different categories and the plan to make sure that the city is still protected for the people who don't have core, we'll be bringing that back to council for discussion.
And do you have any idea, and it's only a guesstimate, Sue, when we would see that? Are we talking about Q4, Q1 of next year? What would you anticipate?
We had hoped that it would be earlier this year, but with the staffing changes we had around health and safety, we had to kind of regroup, and there were other priorities that came up. So the best I can say right now is before the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Branco.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair to administration, a couple questions. One, the purchasing of 5,000 up to 10,000, you said supervisors can do that without going through you? They're allowed, because I'm looking at it here, up to $20,000 any managers, and up to 75,000 for for any general manager. So does that mean if a project's going ahead and there's a change order or an extra, I'm going to say extra, I like using that word, the manager can authorize, let's say, $10,000-$15,000 without coming to council? Because I read that he can. Is that incorrect or is that correct?
So the purchasing policy relates to how we do things internally, and it is all based on approved projects. Capital projects are separate from this, so the capital projects policy allows the project manager a different process, because often, like, there's big construction projects and it could be a couple $100,000 change order, and we wouldn't be coming back to council for every single approval that's within the approved budget. So what this sets is, as a manager, you're allowed to spend, every employee can spend so much without having to get higher approvals. But once it gets to the top of the general managers, any purchases above that have to be approved with my signature as well. So it's more of a budget control than who gets to approve it. You've already approved the entire budget, and within that budget, I'm allowed to spend as per the policies. So we wouldn't bring any of those back to council for approval, even because anything over and above what's in here, I have the authority to sign off on. We talked at the last meeting about making sure that bylaws and policies were a little bit aligned. So if you look at the city manager bylaw, it allows that it speaks to the fact that I'm allowed to authorize purchases within the approved budget. And then this policy just dictates how the staff, when they need to come to me for approval.
Okay. Still got some confusing questions on that. My other second question through the chair to administration. Tendering, you say the local tender has a 15% advantage. So if it was $1 million tender and the local was, say, 850, the next guy was 940,000, would the advantage go to the local contractor?
I believe the exemption has a dollar limit.
You have 15%.
Yeah, but it was up to, I think, $5,000, or did we remove that? Oh, okay. The previous, sorry, we can add that. The previous one, I believe council had set a limit of $5,000, so we may have forgotten to bring that forward. We'll add that back in.
Okay, and
No, may I? 3.8.
Go ahead, Wayne.
3.8 says, buy local, the city may give preference to local vendors for goods or services that are less than 5,000 in value. So the dollar is
Oh,
there.
it is there, sorry. Yeah.
but only on 5%, right? Not on the 15%.
It would be, they would get 15% credit, I guess, but the dollar value of the purchase must be $5,000 or less. So local preference doesn't come into play on any amount over $5,000.
Okay. Thank you. My other question. You had said something about preferred customers. And you said normally when preferred customers, you put out ads in the paper that you're looking for 3 preferred customers or clientele to do the work who are qualified. How would that, you said, as somebody moves into town, then you let them in. How does that work when you ask the 3 preferred customers who are qualified to do the work? Must be history and everything in our community. And yet somebody can move into town and doesn't have the experience, the preferred. How would you let that in to the system when you already have, you're asked for preferred customers and you have a date on that to hand those informations in?
I think we're using different terms. So preferred just means pre-qualified. So they have to qualify in order to get on the list of preferred customers or pre-qualified customers, or sorry, vendors.
So that pre-qualified, deadline when you have to hand in your information? Anybody can come tomorrow or a month from now and be pre-qualified?
No, we set up a process, and because we don't want to be tendering all the time. So it's typically
Exactly,
a
yeah.
3 to 5 year process. And then when we do a review, or if someone shows up, we will say, hey, we will be opening it up in November. And then you're
Okay.
more than welcome to put it in during that time period that we have it open.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, it has to do with the mayor's questions about up to 10,000, 20,000, 75,000 for general managers. You had talked about approved amount, so at no point any of this authorization would be over anything that was approved. You're still to the maximum of what's approved. Is that fair?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, 8.2, Subdivision Development Agreement Authority Policy.
Good morning, committee members. The purpose of this presentation is to provide background and seek some direction from the committee on proposed amendments to the city's policy regarding development agreements. The city's council policy suite currently includes 2 policies whose contents largely overlap: CO-025, Subdivision and Development Agreement Authority Policy, which was adopted in 2007 and last revised in 2016, and CO-032, Development Agreement Signing Authority Policy, which was adopted in 2008. All of the content of CO-032 is addressed under CO-025. As CO-032 is less recent and less comprehensive, administration recommends that it be rescinded and any future policy amendments in this area made to CO-025, which would serve as the single policy governing this area in the future. CO-025 would continue to be meant to provide a consistent framework for the execution of development agreements. Development agreements under Section 650 of the Municipal Government Act allow a municipality to require a developer to construct certain municipal infrastructure for new development in a manner that meets municipal standards, and to provide financial security the municipality may draw on to correct any deficiencies. CO-025 sets out the standard format for development agreements to be executed by administration, and those are those that fully meet the direction of the governing policy and the approved templates, regardless of the dollar amount involved. The policy also identifies situations where council involvement would be required, and that is those that involve substantive changes, notably those that might expose the city to additional risk in a development project. To ensure this policy contemplates council involvement at the governance level, administration is proposing the amendments that are redlined in Attachment 1, with the rationales that are summarized in Attachment 2. Notably, there are some revisions to clearly define the city's objectives in implementing the policy, and removing specific details that are more appropriate in the policy itself, to add some definitions to assist in interpreting, to clearly state the responsibilities of various parties under the policy, to clearly state the city's major policy direction regarding the content of development agreements, to eliminate some duplication, and then to remove some specific dollar figures and refer more generally to substantive changes that might affect the city's financial risk. So should the committee support the direction of the proposed amendments, administration will work with legal counsel to ensure our development agreement templates are up to date, and then bring the amended policy CO-025 forward for adoption, and policy CO-032 forward to council for formal rescindment. And with that summary, I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Councillor White. Got you, Joe.
Thank you. Sorry. Through the chair, thank you for this presentation, and I still need more education. Can you help me understand the difference between a development agreement and a development permit?
Through the chair, absolutely. A development permit is essentially permission or the document that provides permission under our land use bylaw for a development to take place. And so it basically verifies that whatever development is being proposed meets the requirements of the land use bylaw. A development agreement gets its authority more from the Municipal Government Act and basically allows the city to require, as a condition of a development permit or a subdivision approval, that the developer construct certain municipal infrastructure, and that list is actually set out in the Municipal Government Act of what we can require as a condition of doing the development. So sometimes, say you might have a new subdivision. As a condition of doing the new subdivision, say it's a new cul-de-sac, we would require the developer to build the roads, ensure the storm drains are installed, ensure the water lines are installed in a manner that meets our standards. And in so doing, we can also require that they provide us with security so that if they don't meet our standards, we have the money to draw on to fix it.
Can I have a follow-up
You
question?
bet.
Okay. I think I read in there that council approves agreements. Is that true? And the administration executes them? Do all these agreements come? And I read that there's two kinds of agreements, Agreement A and Agreement B, which I would like to see the template of maybe. And Agreement A was for single-stage developments, and Agreement B was for multi-phase developments. So my original question was, did I read correctly that council approves these agreements?
Through the chair to Councillor White, generally yes. What we're looking for in this policy is, in the final policy that is brought forward to council for approval, we're looking to have updated templates for Agreement A, which is for something that is just taking place as one phase, and Agreement B that might be for a larger subdivision that is multi-phase. That's what we currently have. They would be attached as attachments to the policy, and then council would approve the general content of those. And so if we subsequently would enter into a development agreement that fully conforms to one of those, then it would be reported to council as information, but it would be executed by administration. And then if something comes along and there's a circumstance where we want to approve a development agreement that differentiates from those templates in some way, like maybe we require shorter guarantee periods on the work, or maybe we require lower securities for some reason, at that point we would be coming back to council to get the approval to change from our usual approach.
So you're speaking to the agreements and not the permits, as in they're separate things?
That's correct.
Okay. And my last follow-up question is to help me have some context in my mind of how to picture these. Can you give me a couple of recent examples of single-stage development agreements and multi-phase agreements that are either fairly recently finished or in action right now or in flight?
Through the chair to Councillor White, we haven't had a lot in the last couple of years. One that may be familiar to members of council in a previous term was we were approached by a developer in East Wetaskiwin looking to proceed in that area, and we had discussions around entering a development agreement for that work. Subsequently, it wasn't executed, but it did involve a differentiation from our template, and so at that point, council became part of the discussion around that. Ultimately, it didn't move forward, but that's where we...
Oh, now I have another question, sorry. If a differentiation from the template is what came to council, did I not understand correctly that council approves all agreements? Or only ones where there's something outside of the template?
Through the chair to Councillor White, as envisioned under this policy, council would approve the base template, and then if what is executed follows that template 100%, then it wouldn't come back here because council's already provided that direction. If something would change, maybe surrounding guarantees, warranties, the amounts of securities, that would be a change from the approved direction, and so it would come back.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Branco, then Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Councillor Elder. Emily, through the chair to Emily. Couple questions. So if I understand my colleague, Laura, she said council has the power to agree to I would say approve agreements or change agreements. I think I got that clearly. My other question is, when we have an agreement with a developer, he presents us the drawings, the construction, and as the project goes on, he's following the rules, and all of a sudden, the city says, no, we don't like this road where it's going. Do we have that power to change and enforce that to the developer at his expense, or is that expense incurred by the city? Since we agreed to the drawings, the stages, but we want to add extra or change it. Who is responsible for that change order? Is that the developer or is that the city? Because the city has changed it.
Through the chair to the mayor. If I'm understanding your question correctly, it's a situation where, say, we had, say, an approved subdivision that set out the route of a roadway and some lots around it, and then subsequently, as part of the development agreement, the developer came forward with their plan drawings for what that road was going to look like, how wide it was going to be, and so on. If those drawings were approved by the city and met our standards, and then the city subsequently came back and said, actually, we'd like to change this, most likely that would be at the city's expense, because the developer's obligation is to meet their approved subdivision and to meet our standards as we've approved them. So if we have issued an approval and then we come back requesting a change for a different reason, then most likely that would be on the city.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair. I've heard a couple other comments from council, and so I want to make sure we understand completely the whole business of what comes back to council for approval and what doesn't. My understanding, based on what you said, is that we, council, has authorized the process and the conditions of the permit and the agreements. We've given that through policy or whatever to be done. And as long as those conditions are met, administration makes the decisions on those agreements. We do not. And only comes to council if the conditions that we've authorized aren't met, would come back to council.
Through the chair to Councilor Nielsen, that's the general intent, and those are provisions 8, 9, and 10 of the red line version.
Correct. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor
Yes.
Billingsley. 1 second.
Thank you.
Next.
Through the chair to Emily, and it's more of a comment. I really appreciate the rationale for the proposed changes. It really helps understand how you got to redlining things or adding things. So it's not for me to give a recommendation, but boy, do I ever like having that in the document. Thank you.
Mayor Branco.
Thank you. Sorry for another question, Emily. You said council agrees to or approves the agreement. But we don't see the agreement. We only see the permit. How do we approve something we don't see? So we're basically following administration's word that this agreement is good, but yet we are tasked with approving an agreement that we haven't seen.
Through the chair to the mayor, the intent of the presentation at Committee of the Whole is to get the committee's direction and comments and general approval for the approach of this policy. And so, yes, it refers to agreements A and B. If the committee receives as information and generally agrees with the direction that this policy would take, the next step for administration would be to go get a legal review on our agreements and ensure that the agreements are up to date. And then subsequently, it would come back to a council meeting with the agreements for council's review for formal adoption of this policy and then rescindment of the other one that duplicates it.
Thank you.
Councilor Billingsley.
To the chair, I guess, are you wanting to have every application come back to council? Because from my understanding of this is we set the rules of what they can do or what they can approve. If it's outside of that, then it will come to us. But I certainly do not want to spend the next 8 hours going through every permit and any requests that come into the city. Once we've already decided of what the rules are that we accept, then we're authorizing administration to, I won't say rubber stamp it, but approve it. And then from there, if it doesn't fit into there, then it would come to us. Are you wanting to have all of them?
Are you asking me that question, Dean?
Yes, I am.
No, I'm looking at if we have a development agreement, if we have a subdivision agreement, if we had a major manufacturer. I'm not talking about a little garage or a house. I'm talking something major because we are liable for that agreement. So if we have a major, like we have the East Industrial Park, which was up to council, and we got the design, we've seen it, or the intent. I think that's something council should decide. If we have a couple $1 million worth of investment coming in, I think we should look at it. I don't know how you guys feel, but that's a major development into our community.
Sue?
Thank you. Through the chair to the mayor, I think there's a little bit of confusion between development agreements and development permits. Development agreements are typically, like Emily is pointing out, council approves the template, not the actual development agreement, and then you authorize us to approve those within the standards that are already set out. If a major development comes to town, then it's a development permit. Again, if it's within the land use bylaw, you're giving us the authority to approve that. But if it is, and typically those bigger ones are going to be a little bit more complicated, and so there will be discussions with council. Whether or not council actually approves the permit only comes into play if we don't actually have the rules in place. So council sets the rules. We execute the rules that are set by council. If something comes in that deviates from the rules that are already set, then it does come back to council. If it doesn't, you've already set the rules and you've already told us to approve it. We, of course, let council know when that sort of stuff is happening and give you the heads up, but we would not come back to council unless something changed from the rules that you set. And that is the standard across all municipalities. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions? Reserve policy 8.3.
Hello again, Council. The reserve policy was passed earlier this year on April 14, 2026, and Council expressed an interest that this policy be brought back for further discussions. Council specifically wanted to review Section 6.8, which is the Infrastructure Reserve, and Section 6.9, the Parks and Recreation Reserve. Council also discussed the allocation of the 2025 surplus of $403,783. A copy of the policy that was approved is attached in Council's package. Administration has gone in and reviewed the target levels that are set by this current policy, and there's a gap between the target and what we currently budget of about $4.95 million. Between the target levels based on this policy and what we currently include in the operating budget as contributions to our reserves. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Billingsley, then Councillor White.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I guess. I have a little concern about the amounts, and if we look at 6.8, the infrastructure reserve, let's just take C, for example. It talks about at least $2 million per year with no maximum limit. My concern is today's $2 million is a lot different than it was in 2017, and it's certainly going to be a whole lot different than what is in 2035, long after we're no longer sitting at these desks. So I'd like to see something that we add 2% per year, something that is taking into consideration inflation. We look at the infrastructure reserve, or sorry, the infrastructure surcharge that was added 10 years ago or more, and at no point it was set at $1.5 million, and only once did we add 2% to that amount. And once again, we talk about 2017 dollars. You're not building roads for the same costs today as we did in 2017. So I would like to, and once again, council always has the ability to change it, but I think it's important that we at least acknowledge that adding 2% or something to that effect to that amount every year, and then come budget we can arm wrestle, or as Councillor White likes to say, of how much we're going to put there. But at least then it's documented that this council felt that was important.
Okay, Councillor White.
Thank you, Councillor Elder. I've got a couple items that I need clarification on. First, through the chair to Lou, thank you for including the reserve tracker where we could see all the reserves and their balances and their source of funding and their approved spending description. That was helpful as I went through this. When will it, two questions about it. When will it be updated with the names that are of the policies, or sorry, of the reserves in the policy so that the tracker matches name-wise?
Through the chair to Councillor White, you will see that for the first time when the Q2 quarterly report comes to council.
Oh, good, I can't wait. And next, depending on decisions that get made either today or soon, when would transfers of balances be seen?
Through the chair to Councillor White, during the week, an email went out to council because whereas a lot of the reserves, there was no change in the name, the infrastructure reserve specifically previously included trails, and there was 4 items included in the infrastructure reserve prior to the policy being updated and us separating parks and recreation from infrastructure reserve. The areas that the infrastructure reserve funded were, please bear with me 1 second, I made sure I had that same here, were roads, sidewalk, trail and park systems, and the building envelope. And that reserve has an uncommitted balance of $7.9 million. With the way that we changed the naming, I had sent an email to council wanting, and administration had deliberated on it as well to see how council wanted to split that up now that it's the specifically separate reserve for parks and recreation. In the past, when funds have been budgeted for these reserves, we didn't split it as the 1.5 million that Councillor Billingsley referred to, 1.583 specifically. It just covered those 4 areas. So administration is not able to go back and say, you know, 50,000 of that was for trails to make it smooth, to make that transition. So we're looking for some feedback from council on how to allocate that properly.
Thank you. I apologize for having not responded to that because I have some thoughts around it, and now I need to find that email so I can respond accordingly. Were you looking for suggestions of how to split up the money part of that, or were you looking for naming suggestions?
Administration is looking to see if council has any interest in how they would like to split it up. We've had some thoughts on what we think would be reasonable. We've thought about 2/3, 1/3, with 2/3 staying in infrastructure reserve. We've also considered 3/4 and 1/4, with 3/4 staying in the infrastructure reserve because we know that's where the greatest need is and where the expenses are a lot higher. But we're just trying to collect ideas from council as well to see if council had a preference.
Okay. Well, my thoughts had been to split that infrastructure, put infrastructure at 5.5 million and Parks and Rec at 2.4. But I wanted some feedback of why that is either good or bad. So it sounds like we're really close to the similar ideas there. I did have a suggestion that I would maybe like to see if I have enough friends on council. In the definitions, I'd like a definition of infrastructure and a definition of facility. Because sometimes we go back and forth on what is infrastructure? What is a facility? Like, is it building envelopes? Is it power? Like, I think we need some further clarity so that we don't keep going around and around that.
Can I add to
Yes,
that?
go for it.
I think that that's important because we ran into this problem for years of not necessarily being on the same page of what was infrastructure. And so I will support you 100% of having clear definitions of exactly what those entail.
Thank you.
Councillor Iverly.
I apologize, I wasn't, I have to change my mind. Thank you, not change my mind, but get back into my question. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Elder. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I just wanted to go back to your 2% conversation. I like the idea, I like the idea and the purpose of the idea and your reasoning behind it. I want to first make sure I understand what you're saying. So at budget time, we would, because I know at budget we decide how much goes into each reserve. So at budget time, it would be written in there that, so for the 2027 tax year, we would put 2,000 in.
Million.
And then in 2028, the number that finance would give us, because finance helps us do that, is whatever 2% of that is.
400, yeah.
And then so we keep growing by 2% of the last number. So why can't I think of 2% right now? $2 million and $2, we'll just say that, and then it would be 2% of $2 million and $2.
And that's the baseline that would be presented at budget. And once again, the council would have final authorization of exactly how much that is. But at least then it'd be documented, and we then can have discussion whether or not that's enough or not enough, or we can't afford to put in that extra 2%. But I think it's important that it's there.
And thank you, and I don't disagree with that at all, with that argument or that suggestion. What I was thinking about is the 2% in general. And so when we think of how much we, as an example, when we think of how much we give to, how much we put into community grants, it's a percentage of the budget.
We have a fixed amount. Now, that could be another discussion.
Okay, so then my example was wrong, but I thought it was a percentage of the budget, so I apologize.
But that
Because
could lead to
I
another
see the
discussion.
2 million and adding 2%, excuse me, could be fairly arbitrary and and I know we're going to discuss it anyway, so this is why I'm struggling with it a little bit. Well, not struggling, but a $2 million going into that reserve in a good budget year could be very little, and we'd have more. And I'm just wondering if a percentage of the budget is a better standard to make than 2%, because 2% seems arbitrary. We know inflation changes every year.
And I get that. At some point, to be honest with you, I don't think 2% is enough. I don't think that $2 million is enough. I think your number was 5. And maybe 2% isn't enough. If we go away from the local improvement, we're going to be losing anywhere from $50,000 to $200,000 a year coming in to offset taxes. So that will have to be made up somewhere. So I could be convinced of changing from 2% to some other number, but final authorization is this group right here. It doesn't mean, even if we state it should be 5%, it may not be 5%. It may be 1%. It could be, we have the ability to not put any money into there, even though it's in there.
Yeah.
Final authorization is council's.
And I think generally overall, my concern isn't necessarily the amount. It's what we are leaving for future councils in that sense, because I think through my time on council, and I suspect others, is that sometimes we don't really know why or how, or we just follow along, and that's where I was just, I don't know, and that's up to council. Is I think a percentage of the budget might be a more realistic starting point to discuss at than an arbitrary 2%, because we understand how, or the budget will automatically incorporate inflation.
It doesn't, because if we looked at the infrastructure surcharge, or sorry, the infrastructure surcharge, it's 1.5 and it started that in 2015, whenever it was first brought in, or once it finally got to that number. Then at one time, over the last 8 years, we added 2%. That's it. It wasn't a percentage of the budget. So, and
I just think, yeah, sorry.
And so I think it's really important. And how we identify it to add more to it, I'm okay with that. I just want it to be identified, because Councillor White, in my opinion, isn't far off from the number that we eventually need to get to. There would be sticker shock galore if we went to $5 million this fall.
Yeah. I think, I may not have, and I'll get off this in a second. It's, when I said that inflation's built in, because our budget works on a core balance, or the core budget of this is what it's going to take to do what we did last year, and then we add stuff. That's where I'm saying inflation gets added in. Does that make sense? What I'm, is that clear?
I do understand, but we weren't adding more infrastructure.
No, I appreciate it. So,
because it isn't across the board necessarily. It'd be more operations, right?
but yes, and that's why I'm saying that we add a percentage of the budget rather than a arbitrary 2% as the starting discussion. Because the budget will increase or decrease based on, the core budget will increase or decrease based on what inflation is doing.
But if, I think that calculation would be a lot harder to make in the sense of, think about this. I think that if we were to take a percentage of the budget, I guess, what's the difference? Like, why go that way as opposed to just, if we've baselined up the tax rate based on 1.6 million that we're putting in now, and we add 2%, 5% per year, how is that any different than a percentage? Because in the end,
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay.
Council gets to decide what it is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. You made that make more sense to me.
Mayor Branco.
Thank you. Really good debate, but I always come down to one thing. The percentage of what we're going to raise, we're looking at now, infrastructure, we want to raise it 2%, but if we're dividing pathways from roads, are we gonna have an infrastructure tax for roads, curb and gutter and sewer? And then are we gonna have another surcharge for Parks and Rec? Like, I understand we need to repair, but I think we keep forgetting, what can this municipality handle as an increase? It's not how much money we put in reserve. It's how much we can handle as the taxpayers can handle. We know our infrastructure is deteriorating, and we know we have to repair it. But I don't want to keep raising taxes just to put money in reserves that the people can't handle the taxes. So there is a big, like I said, a big problem now. If we have 2% for infrastructure, we haven't debated what infrastructure is yet. Does Parks and Recreation and trees and lights be part of the infrastructure? If we subdivide that, how are we going to get a certain amount of funding for that section? Are we taking it off the infrastructure? Because we're going to allow 2%, for example.
But it talks about in the document of setting aside the parks at $1 million and infrastructure, roads, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, stuff like at $2 million. But we're not necessarily just putting it into reserve for a rainy day. That money is basically a transfer. It'll be transferred in, but it'll be pulled out that same or the next year for said projects. So it's a transfer into reserve, but that will be spent theoretically the following year. So it isn't accumulating mass amounts of money for a big project. Does that answer your question?
Yes, then it comes back to, if we're going to do $3 million worth of road building in Wetaskiwin, the citizens of Wetaskiwin will get an increase for $3 million. I agree with that 100%. So local improvements should be thrown out, because the local improvements are only going to pay the local improvement plus more money to go to other structures.
And we talked about that of the potential of removing the local improvement levy.
Yes.
Right? But
yes.
Do also know that that will be a tax increase, because the monies that the local improvement of the residents pay into that will no longer be coming in. So that money will have to be brought back in through tax.
Understood, but there's certain parts of our city that doesn't have gets infrastructure done without local improvements.
And I realize that too, right? But do know that the city will not be receiving any dollars from local improvements. So, and I asked for the 5-year average, and we'll probably get that in the next 10 days. That money will have to be made up.
But we just got to watch. I understand, Dean, what you're saying, but we just got to watch the burden we're putting on our taxpayers, that we already have reputation that we're the highest taxes, and we keep going up and up and up. And is it going to be affordable to live in this community? That's my biggest concern. It's not the infrastructure. It's just.
I think it's all of.
But anyways, I'll end that. That's a different debate.
Yep, we will
Thank
carry
you.
on with that. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you.
Then Aberley.
Thank you. Boy, oh boy. To the point of definitions, I think it's absolutely critical, and I think it's critical before I can make any decision about how much money we transfer into recreation versus how much we transfer into infrastructure. Because I think I look at things like Councillor White spoke to it, building envelope. I believe that's a facility. That's not an infrastructure charge. Trails and park systems. Is that infrastructure, or is that parks and recreation? So I think it's critical that we get that piece cleaned up before we decide where money's potentially going to go. I do have a question of Councillor Billingsley, though, in terms of the 2% you're talking about, or whatever the percentage is. Are you talking about that just being a decision made as part of the capital budget, or are you talking about, or the overall budget, or are you talking about a reintroduction of a surcharge?
No, definitely not the surcharge. It's more so of a placeholder, so, because in the policy, we talk about that it should be a minimum of $2 million to a maximum.
Right.
Or no
Whatever.
maximum.
No max.
But I really don't want to see the same thing happen over the next 8 years, that it stays at 2 million, because that needs to inch up. And that was the mistake previous councils made, which we all, or some of us sat on, to not increase that. And so what happens is, yes, we only spent $1.6 million on that, which means that now we're doing less work. And I'm concerned about doing less work and at least identifying, and as I said, it's really important that this group and the community understands it's still council's decision of whether it's $2,400,000 the following year, and then, or 5%, whatever that we can say we can't afford it, because as the mayor said, we've also got to be mindful of our tax rate.
And I have no problems at all with the rationale. And I'm fully prepared to take the criticism because of the decisions made on the infrastructure surcharge. We set a target, and when we hit the target, we stopped. And in my mind, looking back, hindsight being 2020, that infrastructure surcharge should never have ended. It should have simply been put into place, because it was also a surcharge that the public was supportive of, because it was a commitment on the part of council to say, we will take your 2% and we will guarantee it goes into infrastructure in your community. And we had very little pushback on that. So the mistake was ours to end it. But I'm particularly interested in why you would say definitely not a surcharge.
Infrastructure surcharge.
Yes.
Or sorry, local improvement, I'm sorry.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yes, sorry. So no longer being able, not doing a local improvement, thank you. But then from there, increasing over time that amount to go into infrastructure.
Right. And so through the chair to administration, do we not have a business case in for this budget to reintroduce the infrastructure surcharge?
We don't have a business case for it, but it's part of this discussion. So one of the things that we want to kind of sort through is how we're going to handle local improvements. And I know Ryan had some thoughts on this too, because there is an opportunity to use local improvements for growth rather than just getting rid of local improvements together, which was what we originally thought. And so I do think that the discussion needs to continue with council to give us the direction to say, the theory behind local improvements may change, and maybe that's actually the next step that needs to happen before we get you to finally approve all of the reserve stuff, is to bring that local improvement discussion back to you first. Let's wrap our heads around what that could look like, and then that piece that is considered the road renewal, you can decide, do you leave it in local improvement or do you put it into this infrastructure tax?
Okay. Then my question is through the chair to administration. It goes back to definitions again. Because we've got in here a conversation about neighborhood renewal, and we have a conversation going on about local improvements. Are we talking about the same thing, or are we talking about two different things here when we use those terms?
They're the same thing. So the new terminology is called neighborhood renewal instead of like a local improvement road.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear, and I think it speaks also to the definition portion,
Yeah.
that we need to be clear in that. The thing that's problematic for me when I look at the reserves is that we have a number of reserves that we say are important, but we fund them based on availability of unspent dollars. And I have a problem with that, mostly because every year I've been on council, council has been really direct with administration to find savings, to find savings, to find savings. Keep, to Joe's point, keep taxes down. Find ways to cut, find ways to cut. And administration every year comes back and has made cuts. And so then the days of having unspent budget of $1 million is long gone, because decisions have been made previous years to make sure we don't have surpluses of $1 million to put into reserves. So I speak of the RCMP operating budget. Well, we're going to put money into that budget based on what they didn't spend. They get to have it back. And as we put more pressure on the RCMP for community safety, why would we expect there's going to be more money left at the end of the year to put into RCMP reserves? Community safety reserve. We say this is a high priority in our community, and what we do is we put into that budget whatever maybe comes out of traffic revenue. And to me, that's not real good planning for community safety. I really think that we need to identify some of these areas that have these kinds of funding sources and throw those funding sources out the window and say, we are going to direct X number of dollars out of our budget every year. It's going into these reserves because we think they're important. And then we show the community that the monies that are going in actually are giving them levels of service at the other end of it. So I would like to see us take all those that do not have a guaranteed funding source and have a conversation about changing the funding source to it being almost the first thing we talk about at budget. It's no different than being in our own homes. If you have a rent or a mortgage, you don't leave that to chance. That's the first thing you budget for. And you know how much it's going to cost to put your kids in hockey, and that's what you budget for. And you don't do it based on, well, we'll put money into our kids' hockey program or recreation program if we've got money left at the end of the month, only to find out your kid's never playing a sport because you don't have money left at the end of the month. So I think we need a different approach. And as I say, I think we need to take those that are funded based on unspent sources and put them as a major expense in our budget right off the top. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question was answered.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Branco.
Thank you. Thank you, Wayne. We're hitting on the same nail. My question, a couple questions to ask, a clarification again. I'm looking at facility reserves, 6.6. Correct me if I'm wrong. So it says the reserve balance shall be maintained within a target region of 10% and 50% of the estimate facility replacement program. So does that mean if we had the swimming pool that's worth, say, to replace that $50 million, we would need $5 million in reserve to keep that balance? And that is a facility that basically can't support itself. But yet we're going to be raising taxes. If I'm reading this right, correct me if I'm wrong, I like to be corrected. Same with the arena. So we would be raising taxes to put reserves into, or raising taxes to put money into the reserves for those facilities for down the road, because that's our policy. The balance should be maintained. So, and then the other question too is, when we talk about recreation and pathways, we can all have this big debate that a pathway is part of recreation because that's exercise for healthy people for our community. So now there's baseball diamonds, swimming pool, all lump into one piece become recreation?
Can
So-
I jump in? Like, your first question had to do with having reserve for, let's say, the Manluck Center.
Yes,
And what it's saying is 2% per year of looking to put that aside, not 10% per year. To a
well, I
maximum-
got it up.
So to a maximum would be, let's say the place is worth $50 million, so there would be $5 million sitting in there. And I can understand the rationale behind this because we struggle all the time of, I mean, a great example would be the wastewater treatment plant. All of a sudden, there was no money sitting in the reserves for a project that required $50 million. And we had to borrow $50 million because there was absolutely no money in the piggy bank. So being prepared for these type of things is important. And yes, it means that we have to put money aside. Because the Manluck Center is not going to last forever. And at some point, and I'm guessing, and I don't know this to be, you were on council at the time, was there money set aside for replacement of the Abusabi Center when Manluck was built?
No, there's fundraisers raised, but no, we
what
did.
I'm asking, Mr. Mayor, is was there money put aside when Abusabi was there to build
No.
Manluck?
I don't believe there was any.
Right. So then we had to borrow, at the time, I think about $30 million, or $25 million anyway, and did some public fundraising.
You're correct.
Councillor White?
Thank you. A number of my questions have been brought up by my colleagues. I very much appreciate, especially Councillor Nielsen's point of looking at how our reserves are funded and to fund them on purpose, not just with whatever we have left over. It needs to be far more planned than that. So I will be supporting that kind of a change. I had a housekeeping item, which was the elections and census reserve on the tracker is listed under capital, but in the policies, it's under operating. So I think that's an operating reserve. Through the chair to administration, am I perceiving that correctly? That elections and census reserve should be an operating reserve?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that'll be updated. Similar to Mayor Branco's question around the facility reserve, the ceiling that he alluded to or referred to was that the balance shall be maintained within a target of 10 to 16% of the estimated facility replacement value. I was wondering, where do we get that estimated value from? Is that through insurance or our that capital asset numbers?
Through the chair, through the chair to Councillor White, you're specifically for facilities, that is through insurance. That's their estimated replacement value that they have for all of our facilities that are insured. It was a value of $173 million.
Okay, so if that's part of our, or part of the plan in the ceiling, can the facilities definition be so specific as these insured facilities? Will all facilities that are insured be part of facilities that are going to be the recipient of facility reserve funding?
Through the chair to Councillor White, we could, but I wouldn't recommend it from administration, because when a facility is in progress, being built, that's still an asset that we own, but might not be insured by insurers. So you're excluding that kind of asset. If we constantly update our insurance and the values are inspected, and then they provide that number to us. We also want to be able to use the fund for facilities if administratively we forgot to include it on our insurance, because we have umbrella policy that will still cover it, but it wouldn't be on the listing. So I think using that definition would cage us.
Yeah, I look forward to the definition. Thank you, Tolia. And I also had one more, I'll say a rationale question, again in that facility reserve, but it speaks to what some of my colleagues have spoken to about a target contribution of 2%. This was 2% of estimated facility replacement value, but we've talked 2% of budget, 2% of tax, wherever that comes from. What is the rationale of 2% in this facility source of funding? Why not 3% or 7%?
Through the chair to the question, what that's based on is a anticipated, what I did is I grouped all of the facilities within the municipal profile portfolio together. We just a straight line anticipated 50-year lifespan, and that's where that 2% is derived from. Typically, industry best practices and other municipalities will look at it at a 1.5 to 3% target per year for the facilities replacement cost for their asset management systems.
Thank you. I can understand that. That makes sense. 50-year lifespan. Can I also get a bit of education, again, through the chair to administration, or I'll open it to my council colleagues who might enlighten me. I think would be supportive of reintroducing the infrastructure surcharge, but I'd like to know a little bit of how did it work? Like, was it on taxes? Was it on utility bills? Sorry, I am oblivious to its history.
Through the chair to council, I think the intent was to show this separately as a line on the tax notice. Intent, not what actually occurred, was to show it as a separate line on the tax notice to be specifically for infrastructure. And that's doable. However, it attains the same purpose when you had it straight to the budget, and whether you set it as 0.05 on the face of the tax notice and raise 1.5 million is no different than having a line called transfer to reserve in your budget at 1.5 million and setting the tax rate. Currently, what we do for all of our transfer to reserves is in the budget, there's a line actually right in the budget that says transfer to reserve 1.583 million. And you'll find that in the budget document. It's all of these numbers that makes the total numbers that we're trying to raise from taxation. So I feel like it's a play on words, whether we call it the infrastructure tax surcharge. We do not currently show it on the face of a property tax notice, but it's incorporated into our budget, similar to some of the other reserves that we do have.
We could probably address or come back to that another time, but I think as a taxpayer, I kind of like seeing a promise of, oh, I'm contributing this much to RCMP, I'm contributing this much to infrastructure, I'm contributing this much to the facilities of our community. So I don't have a problem of breaking it out so that the public can see exactly what money is being raised and what it's going to be allocated to in a budget. Sorry, do you have more input for me on that?
Through the chair to Councillor White, this year, 2026, when we sent out the tax notice, we did actually include an insert to that purpose. It was just that we didn't just address what portion was for reserve. It's for what service, the funds that we're collecting for the public, what service in the municipality it goes to. We did include an insert in everyone's tax notice this year to that effect.
Thank you. And now really tiny housekeeping thing. In 6.1, I think there's a word that should be changed, and that's proceeds linked to a purchase agreement are to remain in the reserve. Anyway, that's just grammar.
Through the chair to Councillor White, the word proceeds is actually how it reflects even on the legal agreement when something is disposed, when something is sold. So we kept the integrity of the word in the document.
So proceeds
Or is
is a singular item? Okay, I can buy that.
money in is proceeds with an S. We can't use, it has to be, the word is proceeds.
Yes, thank you. That's it for my input at the moment. But I did reply to your email. Thank you for giving us the opportunity for that input.
Okay, Mayor Branco, then Councillor Nielsen, then Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. To the chair, to administration. Clarifications. Something just came up as we were talking. When we say we're going to put money in reserves for replacement costs, let's say, for example, the arena, we're going to put $5 million for replacement costs, or so much a year. Say $1 million a year into replacement costs of the arena for 20 years, so we'd have $20 million. If we have repairs to that arena, are we touching that replacement money? Because if we touch the replacement money to repair the arena, we will never achieve the replacement goal.
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, when we have repairs to facilities, our insurance company comes out every 5 years, 3 to 5 years, to reevaluate the replacement costs of our buildings. What we're putting aside is a maximum of 10%. So if we have an arena that'll be worth $5 million in 10 years, the goal based on this policy is that out of that $5 million, we would have savings of $500,000. I calculate that good. Sitting in the reserve, not the entire $5 million, and that we would contribute to that at 2% per year till we reach that $500,000, not the $5 million. Repairs and maintenance, general repairs and maintenance, we bring to council throughout the budget process, whether it's an operating budget item for minor repairs or major capital repairs. If they are major capital repairs, council has the choice of funding those major capital repairs from a reserve and or grant or debt if council so chooses. That doesn't necessarily mean that the balance that we're putting into the reserve, then the percentage fluctuates. The percentage of contribution is tied to the replacement value that's done by an independent appraisal that's paid for by an insurance company. We don't change it based on repair costs.
Okay. So for clarification, if we had $1 million or $2 million in the arena replacement, and arena 1 or 2 ice compressor collapsed in September, we would not be touching that reserve to take money out of there to bring it into repairs. We would come to council to get more money out of some other reserves to pay for that.
Can I chime in on this?
Sure.
So council can pull from a reserve at any time. Administration cannot. We have the ability, if it did come back to council and we thought that that's where the money should come from, so it shall be. But admin doesn't have that ability. They can't go into there without our authorization.
I understand that, Dean. I understand that. But then that defeats the whole purpose of raising taxes to have a replacement
I'm
building.
not saying that we should do it, but what I'm
But
saying
that's
is
what-
we have the ability to do it.
But we do that all the time. We need something. We don't have the funding because we're over budget. We always go into reserves to pay for other stuff. So, and that's what,
When you say
I think
always, I don't think that that's fair, because
Okay.
we have 2 reserves that are the piggy bank, I guess you might want to call it.
Okay.
But very rarely, if ever, can I think of a situation where we pulled out of those types of reserves. We use contingency and stabilization, right? We do pull from those. Those are the piggy bank. But do I think that we end up pulling out of facility reserves to pay for something that is not facility, I can't think of a time that we've ever done that.
And nor do we split out in facility reserve, this much is for replacement and this much is for maintenance.
For capital, yeah.
The bottom line is we put facility reserves in place knowing that we're going to have to repair our facilities if we're going to give them a 50-year life cycle. So we know money's coming out for maintenance. So there's no splitting of that. It's just one lump sum of dollars, and at the end of the 50 years, you're anticipating you've got 10% of your asset covered.
Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to also remind the committee that we do not fund for replacement. It would be near impossible with the amount of assets that we have. So that's when Toulouse spoke about borrowing or grants. That's typically how we do replacement. These reserves are to fund our repair, our maintenance, and our rehabilitation of those assets, but not replacement value. I don't know of a community that actually has that much money in reserves.
But we do for fire.
For fire trucks?
Yes.
Yeah, equipment, fleet and equipment, we do budget for the replacement of them, but not facilities or other assets.
Okay. Councillor White?
I think then in the purpose statement for the facility reserve, we should take the word replacement out.
Thank you.
I had a further question around the utility-funded reserves, and the definition says, means reserves established for utilities. These reserves are funded by utility user fees. And then I assume that's 7.1 and 7.2, which is, let me get my pages turned fast enough. Waste management reserve and stormwater utility. And I have a question that kind of veers off of that, but to me is utility, and I feel like I should know it, but I don't. On people's power bills, there's the electrical rate rider that is collected, and I think of power bills as part of utilities. And if that's not part of it, then maybe that needs to be clarified in the definition. But my question is, that money that gets collected for the city, that's on people's power bills, which I think of as a utility user fee, which isn't exactly the same, but people have to pay it. What do those funds go towards, or what are they used for?
Through the chair to Councillor White, on your utility bills, the only pieces that the city collects is the franchise fee, not the rate rider.
Thank you. You're right. Rate riders are totally different. It's a franchise fee. Sorry.
And in the budget, on the annual budget, actually, we do come to council annually as well to see if council wants to change what that rate is.
Yeah.
Usually in the fall. And then when, on an annual basis, when we budget, we include in the revenues that's collected, city revenues, we include those franchise fee revenue. So it's used to fund services. We don't necessarily use it to fund Parks and Rec. It's the difference between all these other sources of revenue that we have and the shortfall in the expenses that we anticipate to have in the next year that we then raise through taxes. So we look at like our investment income, franchise fee revenue, user fees, so from Parks and Rec, and then we're like, oh, yeah, but we need a $53.4 million budget, and we're going to collect all these other revenues, which includes franchise fees, and the difference is what we collect from property taxes.
Okay, so there's franchise fees that are collected from utility power bills don't necessarily go towards utility costs for the municipality. Is that true?
Through the chair to Councillor White, we don't use franchise fees to cover utility costs. Our utilities actually pay for themselves in the city. The concept from which we've run utilities is that it pays for itself, and to a certain extent almost subsidizes some of the other services that the city provides. So with regards to reserve, for example, for waste management, on your water bill, even though it says PHUI collects it on behalf of the city and we're a consolidating trust, you get your user charges for waste. We have in that same department the cost of our employees that work in waste contracted services to E360, everyone that provides that service. The difference between the revenue collected and the expenses incurred gets transferred to this reserve. That's why there's not a number in this one, and the same applies to stormwater. The only other utility that we have in the city is water, and that goes to PCL's Utilities, Inc.
I think I have absorbed all the information you just gave me, but I'm not 100% sure, and I think I might want a more robust definition of utility-funded reserves to know where those funds come from. I'll leave it for now, because I realize that I'm asking without having a clear direction.
You're done? Councilor Nielsen?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I just wanted, before we close this portion of the program, I sort of want to understand what's been captured and what the next steps will be with all the information you've heard today. So the first thing right off the hop is there was some suggestion that some of my colleagues were very much in favor of how they were going to spend that money and reallocate it to infrastructure surcharge versus, infrastructure versus Parks and Recreation. I would like to just remind everybody that that was 2 voices, not 7. And, but because we also indicated that there was more information coming back, I think, before we could discern how we wanted to split that dollars out. So I'm curious as to what you're going to do with this and what the next steps are coming forward.
Sure, to the committee. We've all made a bunch of notes here on this reserve in particular. I do believe the next step, and I have it on my list to follow up, is to bring the local improvement discussion back to the table, solidify where that's going to go before we can finalize this one, and then we will bring back the changes, any clarifications like the definitions and that sort of stuff, and maybe a couple of different options on the percentage of funding for each one, but we'll bring that back after the local improvement discussion. Having all of it wrapped up is our goal before budget, so that if council wants to fund some of these or start to work towards funding them appropriately, that discussion can be had at budget.
Funding appropriate. Been funding inappropriately before. No. It's all good. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. You kind of led to where I was going with this. So what I heard was definitions need to be clear. I also heard, which I agree with both Councillor White and Councillor Nielsen, talking about purposely driven reserves funding. And I guess my question to administration is, how does that change our budget discussion, and does that make life really miserable to administration?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, realistically, regardless of the numbers that we put in, it is impossible in a given year to fund it. Without making the changes that were discussed today, I mentioned earlier in my presentation that there's a shortfall of $4.9 million compared to what we currently budget. In this current year, we budgeted to transfer to reserves. These excludes utility reserves again because they generate their own, about $2.9 million. The total, based on this new policy that was passed in April, that we should have budgeted is $7.9 million. Of that, $3.4 million was facilities. That number is based on 2% of our $173.7 million worth of facilities. I've presented you all with the balances that are uncommitted in our reserves right now. And you can see that the total balance in the facilities reserve doesn't even add up to what that annual contribution would be. We can go back in and attach dollars to these as you've requested. There will be dollars because $200,000 is equivalent to about a percent tax rate increase. And that's what we have at the back of our mind as administration when we bring these numbers forward. We know $2 million is insufficient, grossly insufficient for our infrastructure reserve. However, residents can tolerate a $500,000 increase better than a $3 million increase. And those were the thoughts behind some of the numbers that are attached to this policy. So I think the discussions with this policy will just be ongoing.
Thank you. My last one, and I appreciate your answer on that one. We talked about the $2 million and the $1 million in using, whether it's 2%. I peeked at an email that from Councillor White. At 2% will be a long ways to be able to get to your $5 million ask or suggestion, I guess. Then I'm wondering if we don't look for 2027 at $2 million and then put something in there for 28 at if we're not doing a minimum of 5%, there's no way we're going to, it'll take many, 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 many years to get to that point. So my suggestion is for 2027 at the $2 million, and then from there have something in the definitions of 5% as a baseline.
Councillor Nielsen.
For me, I think it's premature to pick numbers, because based on what Toulouse has just shared with us, as she said, we are grossly, she might even said it a third time, grossly underfunded. But I think this conversation in terms of that statement is important for our community to hear as well, because we have done things within our budgeting and our reserves without really perhaps being as transparent to the public as we could be. And I don't think it was purposeful at all. I don't mean that at all. But in an older community with older infrastructure, the cost of maintaining all of this is grossly, grossly, grossly expensive. And I think having this conversation will enlighten our community to understand, I think, a little bit better where our financials truly are in the long haul.
Any other questions? Should I suggest we take a 5-minute break? 7.5 minutes. All in favor? Done. Pardon me? 7.5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, oh, my computer's off. So we are at 8.4, Traffic Compliance Office Report. Matt?
Good morning, Council. Matt Nicholas, Manager of Enforcement Services. I just wanted to come by and give an update of the approved 2-year temporary traffic peace officer program. The program started February 1st of this year, and that was just a bit of delay in hiring the officer. The position is a 50% traffic dedicated position and a 50% planning development compliance officer position. So the officer right now is Officer Copeland, and he's managing his time working with planning development during the week, and then evenings, weekends, and other times working at traffic enforcement around the city. The service levels and expectations for this position, I went off the business case for the full-time traffic position that we presented in budget last year. The approximate revenue that we estimated was around $90,000 for a full-time officer, so we cut that in half for the 50%. So the estimated revenue would be around $45,000 for the goal. And then we have a few approved service levels for enforcement services related to traffic. So we have dedicated traffic operations, taxi checks, commercial vehicle checks, traffic awareness campaigns. So that officer now is taking those service levels directly and working towards them for council. And on the planning and development side, there are some goals that were outlined in their ask for a compliance officer. So they wanted to work on the number and speed of service tracker and report of concern files being included. They wanted to expedite the inspections and compliance process for development-related departments, assist with consistency, timeliness, and compatibility, and legislative compliance, and aid in clearing backlog files and historical files, and remove some workload from enforcement services bylaw officers who were then assisting planning development on needed basis. So for the first 3 months, we looked at stats for February, March, and April. For the traffic side of things, the officer had issued 228 traffic violation tickets. The total fine amount is just over $65,000. The city doesn't get all of it back, but we have collected so far just over $30,000 in fine revenue. Sometimes there is delays in that because people might take it to court or might take a few months to get back. But we will see a general increase over the next few months of getting some further revenue back. But the $30,000 back already in the first 3 months is already just under 70% of the goal. So in the first 3 months, the officer is doing a lot of work out there. I think when there's any new program in the city, people are not aware of it. There's new, traffic ops being done. There's new stop signs being enforced. There's new playground zones being enforced more often. So there is a pretty good increase in traffic fines. As the people in the city and local area get used to it, seeing officers out more often, they might slow down hopefully a bit more. The traffic operations, like I said, the goal was 75 for the year, and that was prior to the traffic position dedicated. But in the first 3 months, the officer did 67 dedicated traffic operations. So we're going to hit that target service level. We probably already have since I made this report, to be honest. And we can obviously adjust the numbers if this position goes permanent into a new goal for traffic operations around the city. Within those, there's 56 internal operations and then 11 joint force operations. The difference is joint force just include other agencies. So we're partnering with local sheriff groups, RCMP, County of Wetaskiwin, even the railway police, all those kind of people around, to do different operations around the city and kind of bring in more resources. We're looking towards a new traffic operation soon, an amnesty event coming up, and we're actually partnering with the government. We're looking at different vehicle regulations and stuff like that. We've had about 14 traffic complaints since we came in, so we don't get too many. Most of traffic work is proactive. We always ask people to call in if they have concerns, but the officer took 14 general traffic kind of patrol files off of the general duty officers, and then The commercial vehicle inspections is an as-need. We don't have a direct number, but in the first 3 months, we did 9 commercial vehicle inspections, which is an increase. The taxi and ride for hire checks, as the first 3 months, 15 are done, which is 60% of the annual goal already. And that's just an annual goal where we check on all the taxis, ride for hires, anyone coming through that's transporting our citizens, make sure the taxis are safe, make sure that they're up to code and stuff like that. On the impact for planning and development, we did some cross-training. So the planning and development manager set up some training, and we had this officer and our 2 bylaw officers do training with the planning department, so we're all on the same page on how to do municipal enforcement, how to enforcement on compliance. So I think it was important that both departments kind of work together and kind of have a path moving forward. The reduction in business license arrears. So the compliance officer was attending businesses in person, following up with them. There was many that were expired, many that were several years in arrears, and some people that just didn't have business licenses. This is part of having this compliance officer, is to physically drive out there, physically knock on doors, talk to people, not just sometimes a letter in the mail or an email. So as a result, the business license arrears were reduced by just over $25,000 in the first 3 months. Once again, that should be an annual, like January, kind of like Q1 thing that will come up. But the hope is that as this goes forward every year, that the arrears are now caught up, and then people comply and understand that they have to get this done, and that should be reduced over hopefully the next couple of years. Legacy files, which are longer-term planning development files that have not been completed. There was 26 files when the officer started. They've completed 9 legacy files, so about 35% of them have been done. And these are long-term, like I said before, kind of files have been difficult to close. So we're looking at, that's one of the goals, is to reduce those down as much as we can over this 2-year term. And then the planning development complaints over the first 3 months, we had 55 total reports. So those are new files, new case reports that have come in specific to planning development. And so those are reports that our bylaw officers are not having to handle, the compliance officer does. Once again, freeing up the bylaw officers to do more bylaw work with animal control or community standards. And yeah, the impacts on this obviously enhances community safety through the proactive traffic enforcement, improves the regulatory compliance and accountability, reduces that legacy enforcement backlog, and supports financial stability through some fine revenue generation. I'm open for any questions.
Councillor Billingsley, then Councillor Hoyle.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, first of all, this position is a term position, is that correct? It was for a period of 2 years?
Correct,
2
2.
years? Okay, thank you. Great report and very informative. What I'm wondering, I guess through the chair again to administration, is there enough compliance issues for that person to be full-time? Just on the compliance end.
So you're asking if like a full-time permanent bylaw officer just for compliance or planning?
Correct.
I'll let the manager of planning development answer that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I think it's difficult to assess just after 3 months. After a year, maybe a year and a half, it may be more, I should say it's difficult to assess right now because we're in the stage of clearing some of these backlogs that have come up due to sort of a longer term, I guess, lack of capacity to do it. It may be that over the next year and a half or so, we get to a point where it's sustainable to kind of keep up with these things at a level that is less than full-time.
So thank you for that answer. And I guess really what I would want then is a report after 18 months so that when it comes to budget, then we can take a look at that this is fine. Reading between the lines here as far as enforcement, I'm sure if we had somebody who was permanently doing that, these numbers would be much larger. So I look forward to some form of a report by the next budget cycle, I guess, so that we can then take a look at this. But as far as getting caught up, I think that this is wonderful.
Councillor Hoyle, then Mayor Branco.
Through the chair to Matt, thank you for your report. And I also always appreciate you introducing yourself. I just have a couple questions just for my own, just for me. So general traffic patrols on traffic complaints, what would a complaint be?
Chair through the council, a complaint could be someone feeling unsafe at an intersection and they want some stop sign enforcement, or someone called in that, you know, they walked across a crosswalk and was almost hit by vehicles, so they want some enforcement, stuff like that.
Okay, thank you. And also, you referenced commercial vehicle inspections. Are these perpetuated by a stop, or how does that work? The commercial vehicle
Yeah,
inspections?
Chair through the council, yeah, these are observed by the officers or complaints if they see a commercial vehicle in town. We don't have a full CVSA inspection team here. The county does that, but we do have an MOU with them. But as for any commercial vehicles that have like tear weights or have licenses like that, we can stop them and do inspections to some degree.
And then the last is the fixed. How often do the taxi and ride hire checks, are they done yearly? How often are they required?
Yeah, the goal is an annual goal. So we have X amount of checks per year, and then each driver has to renew their license to operate in the city every year.
Okay, so do we keep track of that and go to them, or do they come to us?
To the council, they have to come to us and apply every year. And it's on a calendar year. So we normally take applicants starting at the end of Q4 for the next year, and that's handled by my department.
Thank you.
Mayor Branco.
Thank you. Through the chair to Matthew, thank you very much for your report. A couple questions, two of them. One, Councillor Boyle kind of brought it up. Commercial vehicle inspection. You don't have any police officer that is certified mechanic to do certified inspections, do you?
Chair through the mayor, they're not mechanical inspections that we do. We do like a roadside safety inspection.
Okay, so basically you're checking to see if they got insurance, their plate is registered and everything, but you don't do an inspection. So to me, that word inspection means you're inspecting the vehicle, but you're not authorized to do that. You're just checking out for paperwork.
Chair of the council, like we look for any deficiencies, but you're correct. We're not a mechanical inspection.
Okay.
They don't get like some sort of certification from us.
Yeah, and you can't write a letter to say that you have 48 hours because they all are professionals and it's a different book of tickets. My other question is, on these bylaw officers or police officers, any of them giving out vagrancy tickets? Or because that's one of the biggest complaints, safety of our community is vagrancies. And are these bylaw officers, peace officers, are they allowed to hand out vagrancy tickets, or just patrolling for traffic and animal controls and business license?
Yeah, Chair to the mayor, peace officers do have legislation they can deal with that. Bylaw officers can only enforce the municipal bylaws. In general, yes, they do. This report was specific to the traffic officer position. In budget in 2025, council approved 2 further peace officer positions that are further dedicated to the south side, and I do report on those every 6 months.
So these traffic control bylaw officers, all of this time they've been there, they never gave a vagrancy, yet they see the vagrancy all over south end of Wetaskiwin, and so they never actually give any tickets. They call someone else in, or?
Mr. Mayor, we've had this discussion with the Crown Prosecutor's Office that council has been a part of, and while there are instances where tickets can be handed out, they all get thrown out of court. And so we are doing some work around handing out tickets that we know are going to get thrown out of court, just so that we have numbers for council to be able to lobby. But the Crown Prosecutor's Office has made it really clear that that could be a waste of time to hand out tickets to people who are no fixed address, have no source of income, and we're just clogging up the courts. And so we try to work, find that balance between collecting the data for council to lobby the government and not writing unnecessary tickets all the time. And I just wanted to clarify with Matt, we are able to remove vehicles from the road if they're in an unsafe condition, aren't we? Yes, we are. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to someone. I appreciate your answer in terms that you gave Emily to Councillor Billingsley's question to get a full picture of where we're at with this position. But I'm wondering if the kind of data that's been collected thus far can also be available to us at budget time in terms of what revenue's been collected in another 3 months. As part of the conversation we have during budget. I think it would be helpful if that's possible. Thank you.
Any other questions? Great, thank you. 8.5, long-term debt policy.
Do we have any? Sorry.
Hello again, Council. Sorry, figuring out my microphone here. The purpose of this policy is to obtain Council's input on the draft long-term debt policy. Over the years, Council has funded several projects, including the RCMP building, City Hall, the fire stations, purchased land, funded the Manlock Center, the airport apron, and a lane built east of 55 A Street with debt. The total outstanding debt as of June 30th, 2026 is $8.8 million, and total debt repayment for the year 2026 is $1.28 million. The $1.28 million includes principal and interest. Administration has drafted a long-term debt policy to guide how we go about debt in future years, and this was also a request from Council. So we're seeking Council's input into this policy.
Sorry, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Talou, these numbers would then be summarized in the audited financial statement as well. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, like the total debt that we have?
Yeah, like like both of the last three columns, the principal amount, the interest portion, and the total payment is stated within the audited financial statements every year. Is that correct?
To the chair to Councillor Billingsley, the principal portion of debt is in the financial statements to show what our obligation is in the next year in the notes. The total debt that we also have is on the face of the financial statement as a liability.
Okay, so, but it is stated in the audited financial statement, though.
That is correct.
Thank you. I did have a follow-up question. I will yield for now.
Okay, Mayor Branco, then Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. A couple questions on loan on the airport apron and also on the Lane of East 55A. You don't have a maturity date on those payments or when it starts. Is there a reason for that? You have everything else has a maturity date, but those two you do not have. 3100332 and 3100171.
The maturity date on 3100332 is 16th of March 2026, and we've since made that final payment.
Okay.
And on 310171 is, I'm sorry, Mayor Branco, is that
Yes,
the
yes.
second one?
Yes.
Just a second, I will give that to you. I think that loan is paid out. It is no longer in the schedule.
Okay, thank you. That's good news.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Elder.
Microphone.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. I didn't pull up the audited financial statements that we received, but as I roughly recall, we had a debt obligation of 48 million that included the debt that is related to through Peace Hills. I think this policy, because the city is the owner of Peace Hills, I think our total debt should somehow be acknowledged in this policy. In the preamble in this request, it just, you have the 8.8 current outstanding debt, but I think we need to see the fuller picture of the debt that this city is obligated to, so our residents have the fuller picture. I'm not exactly sure how or where that would be cited in this policy. Maybe in definitions, but I'm not sure. I'll leave that with you and see what comes of that. I struggled with just understanding the term issue debt. It seems like, and maybe I have my financial cap on backwards, but I think of banks issuing debt, or to issue debt means to lend money. But it looks like the language in this policy is that when the city takes on debt, the word is being used, issue. I'm looking in policy statement 1.2. Debt must be affordable and sustainable. The city must maintain flexibility to issue debt in response to emerging financial needs. Does that mean the city is going to be lending money, or does that mean the city is going to be borrowing money?
Through the chair to Councillor White, we take our debt on from the government of Alberta, and the right term is issue. We issue a debenture. That's what we do when we take debt from them. We issue a debenture, which they fund, and then they give us the money. And then we repay it, and then it closes. That's why the word is issue debt. It's very different than going to a bank to borrow money. We're stuck in, we purchase that, the debenture is sold, we get our debt, and then we pay it over so many years. That's why the repayment on it is very different to a bank. We would go to a bank for a short-term loan. That's a borrowing. You're not issuing debt with that. A debenture, on the other hand, is issuance of debt.
Just to help me understand this, because I'll openly admit I don't fully understand this. Should I be thinking of the term issue a debenture as in issuing a bond?
It's similar.
I know it can't be the same because those are very complex
It's not the
things.
same, but very similar.
Think more in that,
Yes,
in that
ma'am.
term? Okay. I'll keep working on understanding that. Then I still have some other questions. Intermunicipal debt limits means the city's maximum debt level. In other places, it refers to it as the level set by the MGA. Roughly, right now, what is the city's maximum debt level?
Through the chair to Councillor White, our maximum debt is currently 55.4 million. The unused portion of that is 45.6 million, which I think is what you had mixed up earlier in terms of our debt. So when you look at our financial statements, note 11 refers to our long-term debt, what we owe. That 8.8 million is shown there. The next piece talks about the debt limits. That's where it discusses how our debt limit is calculated.
Mm-hmm.
So our room is actually 55.4 million as of December of last year, and the portion that's unused is $45.5 million.
That is unused? Unused.
And that will increase every year except we take on new debt, because all we're doing is reducing.
Right.
So that creates room. Except our revenue decreases, then that number changes.
Okay, then thank you. I'll keep thinking about those. I need help understanding two more terms in the definitions. Self-liquidating debt. Debt assumed to fund capital expenditures by activities or programs which are self-funded, including but not limited to utilities and local improvements. Can you give me some examples or help me understand that better? Is that where Peace Hills Utilities comes in? No, okay, tell me more.
Through the chair to Councillor White. A self-liquidating debt, I'll give you two examples. One is local improvement, 62nd Street, where we've taken on debt, or if we've taken on debt and certain individuals are repaying it, it doesn't affect other taxpayers. It doesn't affect the tax rate as a whole. Another example would be if we took on debt to do something in waste, and we levied that back to ratepayers, so we're collecting it through their utility bill. Those are self-liquidating. It doesn't affect every taxpayer. We don't change the tax rate in that regard. The other kind of debt we have would be the tax-supported debt. So if we decide to do the whole of Main Street and decide to take a debt for that, we would include the repayments directly in our operating budget, and it would affect all residents.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand that. I get that. Then the other type that I was looking at and trying to wrap my head around was tax-supported debt. Means debt issued for capital expenditures related to tax-supported operations. For capital expenditures to support operations. The debt is repaid using tax levy revenues. Do we have any of these?
I'm trying to think of a project off the top of my head, but currently we don't have very many capital projects. We tend to use grants and reserves. But in my previous example, say we decided to redo all of Main Street at $5 million and to fund it through debt. We would then include the repayments in our operating budget. It would affect the property tax rate. That is a tax-supported debt because everyone in the city is contributing there too.
Thank you, that makes sense. If I may.
Continue.
3.3, debt planning and management. All issuance of debt requires an authorizing bylaw. Do we have a separate bylaw every time we use debt?
Through the chair to Councillor White, that is correct. Under the Municipal Government Act, we are required to do that.
And then as these debts are fully repaid, like things that have come off the list, do we have to rescind those bylaws or do they disappear? What happens? Or is there some function that automatically makes them go away, or do we have some long list of these old bylaws?
Through the chair to Councillor White, this is where I need Jacqueline to use the right word, whether it's repeal or rescind.
Oh, yeah.
They just die off, but we do have to keep a record of every single bylaw that the municipality has ever passed. So we do keep those.
Right, the history part I get. Thank you. Okay. In 3.4.3, there's a statement that says debt service costs for tax-supported debt will not exceed 20% of taxes available for municipal purposes. Where'd that 20% come from? Because to me, it made I raised my eyebrows and thought that felt high.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor White, I referred to the financial statement earlier, and it not only calculates what we call our debt limit, but a debt servicing limit. So even though we could take on all of our debt, if we're going to exceed that debt servicing limit, which is set at 0.25 of our revenue, we need ministerial approval. So because that 25% is in there, in an effort to tie this in and using examples of other municipalities, is to say we're not going to use any more than 20% of the year's total budget to repay debt. It's just setting a limit to debt repayment, which would be the principal and interest piece.
Now my eyebrow goes the other way. Might if I want to spend more and pay down debt. Okay. I'm not arguing it. I just didn't understand the rationale of it. Thank you. 3.9, debt repayment and refinancing, 3.9.1. Procedures will be developed to review and consider cost-saving opportunities through repayment or refinancing of existing debt. And my question to that is, when is that triggered? When will procedures be developed?
Through the chair to Councillor White, I know that Council's focus has been greatly in the past on economic development. If we had a huge year where we had tons of tax revenue weighed in, we might choose to repay debt if there's no penalties. And I think over the last year, Council has requested some of that information in terms of which debt can we repay, what's the penalty thereon. But administration is saying with this sentence, if opportunities do present itself where we have funds where we can get out of debt, we would review it and then bring it back to Council.
I like the words you've just said, but what you said to me doesn't seem to be what's written there. Either that it's by request of council or as that opportunity presents itself, procedures would be developed. I think that might need a little bit more fleshing out of what that statement means. Um, 3.10, I had a question. It says, for benchmarking the city's debt will be monitored and reported in the capital plan at a minimum against the limits and guidelines identified by provincial regulations. In the capital plan, is that code for annual budget?
Through the chair to Councillor White, we do refer to our capital budget also as a capital plan.
Okay.
So annually when we present the capital budget, and this has been our practice, we do provide as part of that package our debt limit, debt information, what our outstanding debt says. It's just saying that we will continue to do so.
And that's annually presented?
We do that annually even now before this policy.
Okay. Thank you. One more that I'd wanted an example if one exists. 3.8.1, debt repayment funding. New debt service costs will be funded by long-term sustainable revenue, such as what?
The long-term sustainable revenue that every municipality has is property taxes.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's property taxes. Or if we have a new source of revenue, that'll be long-term. It's just trying to not finance debt with short-term one-off revenues, because that's not sustainable. The debts are usually about 25 years when we take them.
Other than property taxes and the anticipation of continuing to collect them every year, is there any other long-term sustainable revenue that we anticipate?
There could be. I just can't think of one, but there could be. Local improvement, that's self-liquidating. I think the word sustainable in this concept is just not to, if we had maybe a one-off revenue or somebody donated funds to us, we don't want to use that to fund debt, because next year the debt's still there, but that revenue won't be there. So we're planning it into our budget process, is why we use the word sustainable. So it's money that can sustain the repayment.
Thank you. I'm good now.
Okay. Any other questions? One for Councillor Nielsen.
Isn't a question so much as a comment, but the reason I share it is because it has impact on my Peace Hills Utilities information sharing later. I asked Toulouse to give me some information. In 2017, our total debt was $25.8 million. In 2021, our total debt was $20.3 million, and currently it stands at $9.7 million. So over those years, we could have borrowed 30 or 35. We're now in a position where we could borrow up to $45,000 depending upon the which? What did I say? Oh, 45 million. Thank you. But the reason I mentioned the 2025 debt amount at 9.7 million is when I talk about Peace Hills Utility. Peace Hills Utility took on some debt that the city had. And so when I present my report, had Peace Hills not taken that on, I think it's about another $4 million. That would have actually read at $13 million. And maybe that speaks partly to your earlier comment too about how do you show total debt. But I guess we're making some significant progress on buying our debt down, and hopefully brighter days are ahead.
Okay, anything else? Okay, moving on. 8.6, budget public engagement.
Good morning. Apologies, I don't usually sit here. The mic is not at my appropriate height. For the benefit of those watching online, my name is Jacqueline Pelchetic. I'm the General Manager of Corporate Services. So Council has previously seen the proposed 2027 budget public engagement approach. First, at the May 26th regular council meeting, when the budget schedule was presented to council, there was mention of it. And then at the June 9th planning and teamwork meeting, there was also more discussion on the proposed approach. So now we've brought this back for a bit of an update. Before I get to that update, the approach for this year is centered around 4 main communication pillars to have meaningful outcome-based conversations about budget. Those are how we build the city, how we maintain the city, how we keep the city safe, and how we enjoy the city. So far, the What If Wetaskiwin survey opened on July 2nd. We have been advertising that online on our website, on our social media. We also have plans to advertise it on the electronic sign that's on Main Street starting on August 3rd, so that's Monday. After that, we do have the open house budget gallery walk proposed for September 9th, and that does coincide with the Welcoming Week open house. That is intentional that they are together so that residents can come and enjoy the open house and learn more about the city and what the city does. And then they could come and learn more about what is proposed for both capital and operating budget at that same day. Second, we also have a Did You Know campaign plan. So this is more of a communication marketing approach. This is intending to build off of what we heard from the survey. So if we saw that there were the same questions coming up over and over again, we could ensure that we fill those communication gaps through this campaign. And then finally, we are also proposing a November operating budget exhibit. So similar to last year, these would be hosted by council. And they are proposed to happen after council has been presented with the operating budget, but before they have approved it. So this will have all of council's feedback incorporated so that council can have a platform to engage with residents. So that's the approach at this point. Based on what was discussed on June 9th, some of the things we heard were the desire to have lots of people there, and the desire to be able to interact with people and or with residents. And so through the gallery walk and the November budget exhibits, that is the intent, that we're able to achieve that. So with that, any questions? And really this is for council's feedback on if this is enough, if council would like to see more. So I will take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Elder. Through the chair to administration, I don't have any suggestions. I just wanted to say thank you. And In the past, I felt that we were lacking plans, and that's not meant to totally be negative towards you. This year, I feel that less, so I'm actually excited to see what's coming. I've already had at least one email about what's online and what they do and don't like, and so then that's going to give us the ability to help this for then the next budget session. So I just want to say thank you for taking the time, hearing us, and to the public listening, do please give us those suggestions as well, because I appreciate that, what I do hear about it, what it is and isn't working, because that's how I can make recommendations to administration. So thank you.
Any other questions? I've got one. On the survey, do you have do we know, is it getting a good response right now, or do you monitor or track it, or how do we?
Yeah, I had a look at the survey this morning. We have about, I think, just shy of 30 responses. And so we're doing another push to get more. And we're also anticipating once we have that sign up, it's really going to direct the people who don't always look at our socials or our website. Looking through the responses, they do give us really good information. So the types of questions we ask are intended to be fairly high level and to set the conversation for, the future sessions that we will have. So I'm anticipating that number is going to spike a little bit more.
Okay. And do we respond to any of these comments right now, or this is just for information?
Yeah, the survey is only for information at this point. It's on the What If Wetaskiwin site. We have also received emails from residents, which we have responded to all of them, and we've also taken that feedback, and it has been very, very useful for us in planning these events.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's move on. Thank you. Move on to 8.7, monthly city manager report.
Thank you. I am just going to highlight a few quick items here, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions. One of the big challenges, I know some of you have probably noticed this, and when I'm driving through town, I often send emails or questions of the operations team, and so due to the rain, it's been really difficult with the mowing. There were times I said to Ryan, like, are the blades not sharp, because some of the grass is cut and some of it's not, and apparently with the wet grass it lays down a lot easier and it won't get cut. So they are running into some challenges, and I know that it doesn't look as good as it could or should, but the rains are really wreaking havoc with our teams right now, so I did want to highlight that. Every month I report that we've had no official customer service complaints, because we get very few that are official complaints, but we did get one last month, and I just wanted to highlight that we did deal with it. The person, I believe, was satisfied with the outcome, and the corrective actions are being taken and monitored. And one of the questions came up through council and the public in how do I file a complaint. So there is an online link to our website where there is a form that people can fill out. I also have my personal email in this report. We have an administration email that anybody could also contact me through. And then our main line into the city. If you phone in, you can file a complaint, and they can send it to who it needs to in order to be dealt with. So there's a number of ways for people to file complaints with the city. And I just want to remind everybody, we all answer to somebody. And so if you're not that I'm encouraging people to look for the answer they want, but if they're not satisfied with their complaint, they should be escalating to the next person in charge. And eventually that'll make it to me, and same with me. If people are not satisfied with the response they're getting from me, reaching out to council should be their next step. So I just wanted to highlight that and remind the public about that. Other than that, it's pretty standard stuff that's happening within the city this last month, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. Employment opportunities, you've posted 2 positions on July 17th, and there's 2 others here that are indicating posted TBD. When do you envision those 2 positions being posted?
So we're trying to, as council knows, there was a leadership change in the organization, and the entire division is looking at a bit of a restructure. So we didn't want to throw all the positions out at once. We do have Matt Nicholas acting as general manager, and I've seconded him into that position for 6 months. So we took a look at what was most important, believing that the fire chief was the first one we needed to post. So we're doing it one at a time, and we're going to work through very slowly. My hope is that the last one will be posted either at the end of the year or beginning of next year, and then we'll have all the positions filled. Although we do have people acting in each of them, it still has created a bit of an operational issue as we're down staff, but we do believe this is going to be the most appropriate way to work through the vacancies.
Okay, thank you. The 2 positions that have been posted as of July 17th, what is your anticipated date to actually be sitting down talking to people?
The development officer position closes on the 13th, August 13th, and typically it takes about 2 weeks to get through all of the applications and narrow it down and set up interviews that would happen within the following 2 weeks, and then people typically have to give notice. So we're looking at least 6 to 12 weeks in some cases. The fire chief one, it is one that we've discussed. It's becoming an increasingly hard position to fill throughout the province, just because it's more administrative and firefighters like to get out and fight fires. So we're hoping that that this one will have qualified candidates that have applied by the August 4th, but if they are not, we're prepared to go back out to market on this. But again, this position, probably a little bit longer timeline than the development officer, if we can find someone qualified in this first round. So you're probably not going to see someone in that role until September at the earliest.
Thank you. And to Matt, congratulations on taking on this role. Look forward to working with you. Sue, in terms of capital projects report, apron rehab, July 9th to confirm the schedule. So has the schedule been finalized on the airport apron?
Sorry, I had the printed copy, and for once I need the digital copy. Yes, the contractor has been hired, and a pre-construction meeting was scheduled for July 9th. That was our update for the next round. So I believe they have kicked that project off, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the consultant report for the Air Cadet space, also the end of July. I know that would probably fall in Matt's, or maybe not, maybe it's facilities.
Yeah. Chris is telling me it's imminent.
It's imminent.
Happening quickly.
What does that mean? Can
Within the next week or two.
Definition of imminent, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I do have to follow up with the consultant again this week. I am expecting it by the end of the week, this week or early next week. Obviously, there will be a portion of time where administration will need to review the draft report from the consultant, and then we will be developing a briefing note and coming back to council with that in the next few weeks.
Great, thank you. And my last question is in relation to playgrounds. If I'm reading the closing date right, it says closing date December 1, 2027, which is a long ways away. But we budgeted $750,000. So do we just roll that $750,000 over, or what?
That's correct. So when council gave us that money, we didn't actually have a plan. So it did turn into a 2-year project because we needed to do the plan first. It was not a planned request. It was a give of council. And so we actually, Matt and I were just talking about this yesterday. Yesterday, about what the plan is, what it looks like, and what we're going to do with that. But we are going to need the 2 years to fully spend the entire budget.
No, I understand we've just been through a public engagement with regard to playgrounds, but it says here we're working on a new survey. So we've surveyed, but now we're surveying again?
I don't have the details of that second survey. I think unless Matt does, we might have to take it as an information request.
He's been on holidays. I'm not expecting him to be able to answer this question.
No, I actually met with the supervisor that's taking care of this. So it, excuse me, it seems like there's ongoing consultation with different community groups at different times. So there's youth groups, there's different groups that supervisor is consulting on this project, and she's compiled all the data, and she's already got quotes and everything. So the background, of the last year is kind of already done, and I met with her last week and then Sue yesterday, just about moving this project forward, because nothing's really just been spent in the last 6 months, so we want to push it forward.
Great, thank you. And thanks for being able to answer that question.
I'm good, thank you. Okay. Councillor Aberley, then Councillor White.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I think I'm just here to say thank yous today. The entrance signs. And I'm fairly sure, if I remember correctly, I voted against it during budget because I was like, whatever, the entrance signs. But I really love them, so thank you. I think that they're making a great impression of our city when you first come in. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I wasn't wrong. I changed my mind.
Councillor White.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, I really appreciate this monthly report. It is full of information. I do have a couple of things that I'd like to highlight specifically for the public. First is the construction on 40th Ave. Just how long is it going to go on? And I was able to get on the website and find out that it's scheduled for completion mid-September. But if someone else might want to know that and find out how to find it, I was wondering if we could bring up the website for the city. There's a couple of items in your report that I'd like to display, since this website is still relatively new, of how and where to find these. So the first one that I wanted to, you spoke to a little bit about how to raise concerns. On the very front of the website, when people go to the website, can you show with your mouse where to click? Yes, there's kind of a gray square or blue box in the middle, and it's report a concern. So anyone can click there. Thank you for that. Can you scroll down to what if, the place where there's a link to any number of these tiles have information, but under what if Wetaskiwin, that's where, confirm for me, administration, that's where people can find this budget engagement survey? Is that true?
That is correct, and we've also added a banner to the main page of the city website, so it's front and center for people to click on, just at the very top, Nicole. On the regular website. There it is.
Oh, the little blue line way at the top. Okay, thank you. Also, back to the construction on 40th Ave. If citizens want to get information or get updates, where is the place that they sign up and say, hey, I want to know about recreation news or road news? How do they
I believe it's at
find
the
that?
bottom of the page, Nicole, if you scroll to the bottom. So yeah, sign up today. At the very bottom of the website, you can sign up, and then you would pick the items that you want to get notice on.
Sign up for news and notices. Thank you. And those come by email or by text? Do citizens get to choose that? What
They
is
come by email. The previous system allowed you text or email, but I believe our new system is just email.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for bringing up the website and showing that. Then in the capital and operating projects trackers, I wanted to again thank previous councils for getting these in place so that we can see the progress on projects and commitments. And I wanted to acknowledge that in this month's report, the comments in the progress to date sections were so much better at explaining where these projects are at and what progress has been made. Because I literally opened last month's piece of paper and go through this month and see what changed. Did the percentage change? What are the comments? And so well done this month. I appreciate that. I had a number of items that I wanted to just bring to the public's attention, that great progress has been made, if not absolutely completed. The entrance signs was on my list. I see those. And also, I'll just name them quickly. Arena 1 dressing room bench replacement, basically done. Arena 1 ice plant brine pump and concrete pads, done. Those were in the capital tracker. Bunch more has been done in the operating projects. That special area study, which I know is coming up again, but there was a lot of public engagement, and I know a fair bit of work has been done in planning and development in preparing that. And they're on track to get it done this year. It's how it's supposed to be. Good. Landfill closure report. We were waiting for that, and I see that it's in and done. Exterior painting at City Hall, almost done. Again, good progress. I appreciate so many of that. Out at the Ball Diamonds, the top cap replacement getting done. So that's our residents' taxpayer tax dollars at work getting these projects done. The signs up, the caps done, the benches done at the arena, all this stuff is, our people have paid for those, and so I want to be able to highlight saying, see, your money's getting used for what we said it was going to get used for. I did have one more question, not just the public art mural program. I assume that's all about the mural that's over on the co-op building. And my question is it done? Is there any more work actually on that mural? Are they coming back for anything more, or is it done?
It's complete.
Thank you. And that concludes my comments or questions.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so if I can suggest 11.1, can you get this done, Wayne, in under 10 minutes?
Oh, sure.
Okay, if we can skip
You want to move that forward?
11.1.
Thank you. I will hand these out. This has to do with just some inabilities on my part to understand what's going on. Capture, I think, in pretty simple form, some information that I think is pertinent, and PCL's utility will in fact talk about how we get this information or some of it out to the public. So I'll just really quickly, the first page is nothing more than sort of a historical perspective on how did we get to the point where we needed to build a new wastewater treatment facility, and how that all came to be, and how we divested city utilities to Peace Hills Utility, and where the grant monies came from. The intention here was to capture sort of a historical perspective so that 10 years from now or 5 years from now, when council members say, why did we do what we did, we actually have captured it and have a brief summary. On the bottom of the first page, it shows the grants that we have received from the provincial government, with a lot of work done by Rick Wilson to help us there. You'll see the 4 amounts totaling $35.83 million. And the next bullet after that talks about where did that $35 million go. And you'll see $12.9 million was used to start the project, the development costs, ordering equipment, etc. And the other 4, 13, and $5 million, $22 million, was received after the debenture was taken, so we couldn't apply it to the loan. And so that money 17.9 million of that was invested into various investments, and as of June 30th, that total now sits at 19 million. So we've made just about $1.8 million, I guess, somewhere in there, off that. So all the interest actually goes back into that investment portfolio. The remaining $5 million was deposited in Peace Hills utility bank account on October 30th to offset water and wastewater utility rates. And if you recall, one of the conditions that we were given in terms of the money from the government was to ensure that we could cut utility costs to the ratepayers, and there was a scheduled utility cost increase, so some of that $5 million was used to offset that particular increase. You'll see the total cost of the wastewater treatment plant from beginning to end, including all the design and everything else, was $72 million. The debenture amount was $57 million, and it's finally due March 31, 2062. I should mention of the $22 million, sorry, the $17.9 million that was invested, Peace Hills Utility continues to look at what is an appropriate time to take the money out of that investment account and apply it to the debenture without paying huge penalties. So we're looking at that from time to time to potentially buy down that debenture without wasting money on penalties. The third page is Peace Hills Utility 101. My attempt here was to try and follow the bouncing ball and where the monies go. And what you'll see at the top left-hand page is basically the dollar figures from the 2025 financial audited statement. And so here's how the money went. If you start on the far left side, City of Wetaskiwin, City of Wetaskiwin sends out the bills to the Wetaskiwin ratepayers. That bill includes water, wastewater, and your garbage pickup. The ratepayers pay back to Peace Hills Utility that amount of money, and then Peace Hills Utility sends $2 million to the City of Wetaskiwin for the utility that they're paying for. $725 and $1 million is the $725 is to cover the cost of city staff doing work on behalf of Peace Hills Utility, and the item number 6, $1 million, is return on investment. You'll also see on the far right-hand side where other revenues are coming from, $8.4 million, also coming to Peace Hills Utilities, and how they are spending those sums of money. You'll see the cost of running Aquaterra, running our wastewater treatment plant, is $5 million. You'll see that we have other expenses of $2.8 million, and there's a whole list of what those other expenses are. And then $3.5 million goes to municipal, Peace Hills municipal investments. $250,000 goes to Graham Capital, and $3.3 million goes to pay off the debenture. So that is a really quick snapshot of how the money moves around and how the city and Peace Hills Utility work together to make sure all this billing and revenue collection and all the rest of it goes. And because I went through really quickly, there on the last page is the numbering system that tells you what each of those costs are. So that, I've sat on Peace Hills Utilities for a number of years, and it took me this long to figure it out. So that's it in a nutshell. I hope I did it in under 10 minutes.
Okay, you did. I'll have time for 2 quick questions, and then we can deal with that after as well. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Nielsen, for this report. My question would be vetting of this information, and the reason why I think that this document is fantastic. I just want to make sure that it is 100% accurate, because I think that this should be shared to the community.
Well, Toulouse has told me it's 100% accurate, and so has Kathy. Now, because they're the financial wizards, I can't sit here and attest to these being actually correct, but they've told me it is, so I'm assuring you that it is. It aligns with the audited financial statement.
Because obviously there's some rumblings among the community not understanding exactly what this is, and it's pretty clear, right? So I don't know if this is a council decision to share this, or if this is a Peace Hills Utilities should be sharing this. But I think it should be shared within the community.
I guess I would defer to Sue, because this has been shared with the Peace Hills Utility Board, so Mark and Wendy have seen it previously. But Peace Hills Utility is owned by the city of Wetaskiwin, so I don't know where the authority is in terms of sharing this information, whether it rests with the Peace Hills Utility Board or it rests with council.
I think it's either, but I think what we could do on the What If Wetaskiwin in the project site is the wastewater treatment plant, and the entire history since we started is on there. My suggestion would be that we put this as a document on that page, and the public could have access to it. It is going to create a lot of questions, but because it was very quick. I mean, I know it because we've been going through it for years, but there was a lot of numbers thrown out there that people might not be able to put two and two together. So yeah, we're happy to answer any questions. And there is an ability on that site to ask questions as well. So my suggestion is we just put it there.
Okay, and Councillor Hoyle?
My colleague has already asked the question.
Okay, and Mayor Branco, we've got time. We've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. A good report, but I was under the estimation all along 2 years ago that the budget to complete this thing was $56 million. And I think all taxpayers understood was $56 million complete. And over the years, I kept asking, are we on budget? Are we on budget for $56 million? And now we get that the total cost is $72 million.
Mr. Mayor, if you remember when this was presented to council, or maybe you weren't even on council when it was first presented.
No, I was not on council.
On the What If Wetaskiwin site, it goes through this whole thing and it links to all the council meetings where these decisions were made. So part of that total amount that Councillor Nielsen spoke about included the city transferred their debt on all water and wastewater projects off of their books over to Peace Hills Utilities. So Peace Hills Utilities didn't have the $6.5 million in the bank. So what we did was we included $7 million as a, with a little bit of a buffer because we didn't know what the penalties were going to be exactly. So $7 million of that total amount was actually buying down the city's debt so that Peace Hills Utilities would take on that utility debt. And then the other two things that happened were upgrades to the Northeast lift station and the Southeast lift station. So there was a couple of $1 million between each of those of work that needed to be done, and then that line in between Southeast to Northeast as part of the project. So it was presented to council that you didn't have to do them with the project, but you would save money if you did do them with the project. And so I believe the savings was about 30%, and council at the time decided to do that work at the same time. And so all of those projects and the loan pay down were included in the original amount. So the construction project it was actually under budget. There was just over $1 million was transferred back to Peace Hills Utilities of contingency money that was not used. So we were on track, on budget with the project itself. The rest of that stuff was for other things. The rest of that money was for other things.
So, clarification. The construction to build a wastewater treatment plant, was it so it was $56 million you were on budget? All the extra $18 million or $16 million was for other sites, to carry on debt. But the total construction for that project, not add-ons, not other sewer lines, pipelines, what was the cost to build that infrastructure, that wastewater treatment plant? That's what I was told, $56 million.
I believe it was just under that. Is that number in your sheet, or would I have to look it up?
I think you're correct. I think it was under the 56.
It was under,
I think it was
yeah.
55 million. That's the number that comes to my mind. But when this whole project got underway, and again, Joe, you weren't part of those discussions, is the project of building the treatment plant, those conversations revolved around all the other ancillary buildings and lines and so forth that would maximize the effectiveness and efficiency of the new treatment plant. And so we were told that while some of the work didn't need to get done, we'd be wise at that time to do it. It would maximize and ensure that the treatment plant and its ancillary features would all be up, I'm going to use the word up to snuff, up to grade, and council approved the entire package, including those ancillary buildings and projects to ensure that we are at the most modern facility that we could have for our community.
So do you know what year that was approved? Because I've been in since 2024, and I don't remember doing that. So this was done before I got in?
I can't answer
The
that,
six-
Joe. I'm sorry.
So we're $16 million what we told the taxpayers, because now they're gonna find out we're at 72.
That's
otherwise we wouldn't.
always been public. And it's on the What
So-
If Wetaskiwin site. The whole council meeting that this was approved at it's all there. The report that Graham Capital did is attached to that site as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think we're going to break for lunch until 1 o'clock. The Church of Christ is celebrating their 15 years, and they are providing lunch. So if we can break till 1, and then we'll come back and continue. Thank you.
oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Don't want to have my phone out.
Me too, that was me too. Quick, finish my message.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It will resume here at 1 o'clock. Now, is there any other questions that we have before getting any further with what we were finishing with 11.1? Please, no. No? Okay. So would we like to deal with correspondence before closed session? Yes.
We didn't deal with 9.1, and I don't know if anybody wants to speak to that.
Did I miss that? My apologies.
That's okay.
I'm good. Anybody else? Okay. So is that what we'd like to do? We'd like to go to 12.1 and then closed, or, okay, that make more sense? Okay, 12.1, Wetaskiwin Area Lodge Authority and the minutes.
And there's typically not a report associated with correspondence. We just put them in as the minutes come in. And then if there are any questions, we would put those either back to the council member that sits on that board or committee, or send it back to the board through administration if you have any questions.
So any questions? No? Okay, so I would suggest then we're going to close session.
We just go.
Oh, we do need a motion? Okay, I have the motion.
I move we go into closed session.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, thank you, everybody. Welcome back. If there's nothing else, I think we're going to adjourn until, oh, a motion to come out. Motion to come out. Okay, all in favor? Great. We'll adjourn at 2:15, and we'll see everybody's smiling face back at 4. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.